Dobrá tedy. Máme tady dneska třetí part této hry. A já teda musím říct, že jsem se na to docela těšil. Nějak ta hra má takový zvláštní, já nevím, jak to úplně nazvat, je taková prostě hodně zvláštní. A já docela přemýšlím, že se zkusím pokoukat po nějakých podobných stylech potom. Což vlastně by mohly být teoreticky všechny takový ty rádoby tahové hry, kde jsou potom různé ty hody kostkama, jak to říct. Takový ten RNG faktor, nevím. Je to takový divný, když vlastně víte, že vlastně musíte trošku grindit, abyste ty staty měli dobrý, ale i tak to ve finále nemusí vyjít. Když tady to fakt jako bude, můžete podvádět díky tomu fast, jakoby, ano Benny, jsme lehce retardovaný dneska. Quick saveu a quick loadu, nebo quick load tady není, je to quick save. Pak je tady manual load. Ale i tak si vlastně můžete dát další šanci u toho hodu, jakou jsme to třeba včera minimálně jednou udělali. Nejsem si jistý, jestli jsme to dokonce neudělali víckrát. Určitě za ty dva průchody předtím, nebo dva průchody, kecám za ty dva party, asi jo. Ale myslím, že včera jsme to udělali asi jenom u toho Kuna, ne? Nebo? Ne, asi ne, hej. Jako, my jsme to quicksavovali častěji, ale většinou nám to hned vyšlo na poprví. A to bylo jenom tak jako, že jsem si říkal, že to nebudu zkoušet po druhý, že to quicksavenu jenom. A pak to, když se to nepojede, tak to loadnu jen, aby jsme když tak měli po případě možnost to zkusit někdy příště znova. Kdyby jsme náhodou našli nějaký třeba OP věci. Což se nám už docela včera dařilo hledat nějaký jako hadry na sebe a podobné věci, které by nám po případě mohly pomoct v takových situacích. Problém bude, když narazíme na nějaký rozhovor a nebude mít zrovna ty hadry na sobě, což nás může zaskočit, že jo, bo ty hadry nemůžeme přepínat v průběhu rozhovoru. Ale to jsou většinou ty red checky, nebo jak to nazvat. A to většinou bývá celkem v pohodě, I guess, nevím. Takže tak, jdeme na to, nebudeme se zdržovat, jdeme se podívat, kde jsme to vlastně včera vypnuli. Jo, před tou knihovnou jsme si řekli, že půjdeme vlastně do knihovny. Já jsem jinak mimochodem ještě teď, než jsme začali streamovat, jsem koukal na ten playtime, jak dlouho to má mít. No to má mít kolem 30 hodin. Což já úplně nevím, jak ta hra má být dlouhá a jak my jsme teoreticky daleko. Ale já si myslím, že s tím, jak fakt jako já prozkoumávám všechno, tak nám to zabere asi trošku delší dobu. Já si třeba nejsem úplně jistý, jestli budeme mít možnost třeba splnit všechny ty questy. Je dost možný, že pak třeba v nějakým určitým momentu prostě něco skipneme, jestli tady bude nějaký takový, jak v některých hrách to bývá, že prostě past this moment, víš, jako nemůžeš splnit tyhle ty questy a jestli nám to ta hra nedá dopředu vědět, tak jsme prostě v prdeli. A další věc je, že třeba je možný, že tady jsou třeba 3 questy, které si budou jakoby, víš, protiřečit, že když splníš jeden, tak nemůžeš splnit zbytek. Nevím, jestli tady něco takového může být. Vzhledem k tomu, že to fakt hrajeme poprvé, tak o té hře nevíme skoro nic. A je to takový, no. Dobře, my se půjdeme podívat teda tady. My jsme se tady už bavili s tou holčičkou. Což bude asi dceruška té paní majitelky, která nás čeká vevnitř. A vypadalo to, že není úplně, no respektive ona je šťastná, ale vypadá to tak, že ona je šťastná, protože si myslí, že to je vlastně dobře. My jsme jako měli 99 bodů. A dostali jsme level za to, že jsme na to klikli. Pěkně, počkej, že to vlastně tím pádem funguje. Teď budeme mít jeden, jo? What the hell.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all mountains of it. Heroic quantities of Hyamdall. Roy's puny shirt is nothing compared to the real deal. Rows and rows of Hyamdall men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyamdall and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyamdall, Return to Hyamdall. And the solipsistic Man from Hyamdall and the Hyamdall Man. Maybe 100. Man from Hyamdall and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hyamdall and the false god. Man from Hyamdall and the scorched earth. Man from Hyamdall, the Hyamdall colonies. Man from Hyamdall and the swamp beast. Man from Hyamdall and the snow crabs.
To jsou jako nějaký komiksy, nebo co to je, vole?
Not even close. Man from Hyamdall in hell. Man from Hyamdall and the forest of slaves. Man from Hyamdall under the lake. Man from Hyamdall, Hyamdall burning. There's even the Trial of Death, a pastoral combat gamebook set in the world of Hyamdall Man, and so much more.
My máme práh bolesti na trojce. A to jenom tím, že jsme si tam dali, myslím, jeden ten bod. A my reálně třeba nemáme, myslím, žádný oblečení. Jaký je to ček? Je to červený? Ne, je to bílej. Takže my vlastně teoreticky můžeme udělat tohle. A zčeknout hadry, jestli máme něco na to. Jakože nemáme, já jsem si to fakt jako myslel, no, co si budem. Ale reálně bych to šel. Bych to reálně zkusit.
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Hyamdall in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Hyamdall man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hyamdall and the Devil Woman. Especially those leering types who seem to wear nothing but an armored bikini. There's also some sort of a snake lizard beast slithering around her abdomen, chest, shoulder region.
What?
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyamdall novels.
OK, chci si koupit muzeum Dalo a ďábelská žena. Co to sakra třeba je? Jakoby... my nemáme peníze. My furt budeme muset spát nejspíš v tom hotelu, za který zaplatíme 20. A tím, že jsme si včera koupili ty folk tepláky, nebo co to bylo, který dával mimochodem insane bonusy, dávají fakt jako fajn bonusy, nemáme konečně nic, co by dávalo minus. Tak je to super, ale co je sakra tohle? Muž z Heimdall a ďábelská žena. Jakoby ty knížky tady nedávají třeba žádnej bonus, mi přijde. No, co mi řekni, co to jako třeba je. Can be given to Kuno to make peace, provided you don't antagonize him about liking books. Takže asi hádám k ničemu. Pojď, my jsme s Kunem teď za dobře, ne? Díky tomu, že jsme, i když jsme docela takovej jako move nemove, dát mu prostě drogy děcku, ale no.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise. An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Catawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure gamebook titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real.
Ty vole, to je dost.
Nonsense for anemic Beano-clads.
Nesmysl pro chudokrevné brejlotardy. Tak dobré, počkej, já se třeba podívám tady ještě na tohle, co to sakra je. To bude prostě... To je, počkej, Wirral. Bude prostě něco, co jenom můžete někomu dát? Can be examined to pastimes. You can take the game pieces, figurines, set revolutionary and standard Wirral Due out of the box for your own purposes. Takže tady možná můžeš jako sbírat figurky. Tohle je celkem zajímavý item teda, ale... Že by to člověk chtěl koupat za 25 kvůli tomu. Jako ono to... Zredukuje difficulty o 1 u asi 5 bílejch čeků. Což třeba... Neznám ještě 4 z nich. Můžeme si tím reducnout difficulty of establishing authority in front of Titus Hard Eye. Což by asi bylo možná cool. Ale prostě nemáme peníze.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography.
Já už vím, kde jsme s ní mluvili, u těch zvonků. Já jsem si říkal, jsem to jméno někde slyšel a že mě tak jako zarazilo právě.
Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family? Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Děti, kamarádi, holky, to všechno mám.
Then you're a lucky man, officer. Children are the greatest of treasures.
A proto tvoje děcko stojí celý den venku a...
For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
To je zas co This Game Suzeranian. Special interaction with Kim. To je něco, co asi úplně nechápu. Já si myslím, že tahle hra má totiž strašný potenciál, když už pak víš třeba k čemu ti ty věci budou, nebo respektive jak je třeba použít. Víš, jakože třeba když už tu hru budeš mít jednou dohranou, budeš mít nějaký ten knowledge o tom, že třeba zrovna třeba ten Kim by měl rád něco takovýhleho, tak si vlastně řekneš, že co když to teď koupím a můžu s tím něco dělat. Pak to budeš rád třeba znova a už budeš vědět vlastně, co s tím máš dělat správně přímo.
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all.
Hrdinové, to je strašná
they turn
věc.
people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them though.
Jo, to už jsme měli pár let dozadu ve velice známé show. Že lidi, co hrajou videohry, tak jsou prostě kult, co vyvolává a zabíjí lidi. Stranger Things it is. A ten pán, co to prosadil tam, vole, v tom seriálu, byl třeba větší záporák než ten záporák, co tam měl být.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. A couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books. Thrilling tales of spycraft and daring do.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
To víš, jo.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, you see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The stalwart adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The sordid affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Mullen in the clock tower. The ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The murder of Dick Mullen.
Ale se musí jmenovat Dick.
Oh no, turns out he faked it to solve a case. Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer, In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer.
Ah.
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Who is Dick Mullen?
Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity.
Ah.
A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Then this is the book for you.
Dick Mullen, záměna identity, jo. Can unlock the Modus Mullen Easter egg and achievement with the corresponding head and code. Read the book, then ask Annette and... To je prostě jenom na achievement ta knížka. A ty za to utratíš, no možná jako jasně. Možná to ne na achievement jenom, ale na nějaký další rozhovory, ale utratíš za to 8. Tady pak musí být nějaká věc, nebo respektive nějaká možnost tak vydělat nějaký velký peníze, protože... A nebo to prostě po tobě chce, abys nemohl si koupit všechny ty věci v jednom průchodě? Who knows?
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of famous people. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power. A very influential historical figure, but surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education.
Yeah.
The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things. Perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is necessary to peel back the multi-layered meanings. Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Iluminát nějaký nevel. Ale když mi to doporučuje, můj vnitřní svět, který mám vole na 5 nebo někde. Jen třeba další 2 body. Já to dneska hraju, vole, jak... Jde is innocent. Že to si můžeš koupit a když to pročteš celý a odpovíš na všechny otázky správně, co tam jsou, tak dostaneš 5 expů. Skvělý, vole.
Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
What the fuck?
Next to that, Rivasholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse though, but not too long.
Ale prosím tě.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme. Ozon, Laurentide, Fas à la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines. Black. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
Co saka?
You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu, on archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas. Lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you.
Že my jsme prostě někde jako fakt na oceáně, na nějakým úplně maličkých ostrovech, jo?
You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away.
Mě by strašně zajímalo, jak se tady hodnotí tyhle věci, protože tady to píše třeba nízká obtížnost úspěch, jakoby jasně. Nízká obtížnost 8 versus já mám 11. Ale jak? Já mám vnitřní svět... Já mám vnitřní svět 5. Jakože to automaticky háže, nebo... Já to nechápu. Víš, jako... Já už jsem nad tím přemýšlel dávno, ale teď jsem měl nějakou potřebu tu ze sebe dostat slovy. My máme vnitřní svět na 5. Ale tady to píše, že máme 11. A zároveň je teda možná to tím, že jsem poprvé viděl selhání. A tady je třeba úplně insane číslo na 17. My tady máme tu encyklopedii strašně na málo, máme na 3. Ale i tak píše to, že to máme na 7, na 9 dokonce. Já tomu vůbec nerozumím. Jestli se to s něčím sčítá ještě? Možná s levelem nebo s něčím? Kolik máme? Třeba 4? Ne. Kolik můžu mít level? Mu fakt jako nerozumím, no.
Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the river Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Rivershell East. Hudon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forburg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Rivershell Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbour, even the whirling in rags there.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago, they also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
To asi nezní jako špatný deal, ne? Jestli to actually bude mít potom jako mapu.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North. Finally, coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
Co se nechali
For a more
skimnout.
detailed view of the map, go to
Aha,
your
takhle.
journal and select the map tab.
Jo, fakt? OK. Jako fakt? Máme fakt mapu? Oh shit. A fakt nám to tady ukazuje ty věci, které... nice. Aspoň kdybychom náhodou chtěli fakt ty bílý čeky nějak zkoušet znova, tak můžeme si takhle připomenout, kdybychom náhodou úplně nevěděli, kde to je. To je cool, to jsem rád, že jsme udělali.
It's just a racist, but it... This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to and which costs more than this book, is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything, though it is important to note. When it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place. The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And
Co?
there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Slyšel jsem o prokletí.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pearl. The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted. The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pearl, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pearl.
To zní
It is
bolestivě.
supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation.
Okay.
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pearl. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pearl and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired. Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health.
Jak je to možný?
Is it any more improbable than anything else that human beings put their faith in?
OK, to je fair.
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the Pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need.
To si píš?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
Tak to rozhodně
You
nepotřebuji.
close the book and return it to its place on the shelf.
Léčivé účinky bledomezí. Book. Healing. Medicinal purposes of the Pale. Can be read to pass the time. A stojí to prostě 4. Prostě není nic. 420 no dokonce, vole.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free.
Aha.
I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
Tak se třeba Co je tady?
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you.
To sakra.
Aside
Někoho...
from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Tady, vole, provozuješ nějakou černou magii?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Můžu se k ním vrátit potom, dobré. Jsem si tu možnost třeba zavřel. Pokecáme nejdřív s ní, pak možná.
Welcome to Crime, Romance and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
Prostě můžu hned bum plesk.
Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavour. One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
Ale my jsme sponzorovaní pouze z... jak to tam bylo řečený, vole, pouze z daru? Pouze z daru komunity? Ty vole, to je jak být streamerem, to.
Certainly there are good things to be said about dependence.
Now, hey there. Sounds like someone isn't taking responsibility for the energy they bring into this space. Fighting enemy. My philosophy is everyone just getting along. Sir, don't one has...
Certainly there are good things to be said about dependence.
Exactly. In this kind of business relationship, I could come and critique your work any time. I could demand things from you, limiting your creative freedom.
We wouldn't want that.
Sir, don't be One
Dej mi
Certainly
sakra
there are
peníze.
good things to be said about dependence.
Now, hey there. Sounds like someone isn't taking responsibility. Tribute? Power? These are not the traditions we're used to in this part. Sir, one has...
Certainly there are good
Now, hey there. Fighting enemy. I am the
Ano.
proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
No, dokonce mi to ta hra připomněla.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers.
Hledám knihu o kakaduech, co?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl? Wonderful. Did you talk to her? Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
Tak to je teda smutný.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening. Good sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her, as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Ne, dítě, to jí nemá vůbec trápit. Ženská
Such
sakra.
criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
Those countries will realise they've raised a lazy and spoiled generation. Are we done with the jokes now?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life.
A part of hers too, clearly.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
Vlastně je to super, když si děti ukoušou ruce. Zapomeňte, že jsem něco řekl.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. This is a person coming to terms with a new reality, one where they are wrong. It's not easy. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
Co? Ty vole, jak to tam vpálila ta hra, co ti je? Ale počkej, máme třeba 10-10, jako to není moc.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
Aha.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette. Yes, sometimes it's better to let people come to these conclusions themselves.
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne. a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighbourhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure. He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent, almost inaudibly so.
To je takový dobrý dvojí smysl tohle. Tichý společník, jenom co se obchodu týče, nebo i co se manžela týče?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
Sure, economy.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
Exactly.
Ty vole, mi ta hra řekla prostě to samý, co já v podstatě. Oh, nice.
She's been too busy helping me here, so she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go, get back there. The books await you. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She's attempting to mentally direct you towards the shelves. She only wants you to buy the goods. She doesn't care about the books.
No jajaj.
Truth be told, not really. My sister brings in most of the goods. I'm sure it's all very literary stuff with well-written prose. But you don't learn about the important things in life from fabricated stories. I provide a valuable service. As long as people buy books, I'm fine. The truth is available if you just know where to look, and you have to open and free your mind to understand.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Aha.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota.
Broda, co?
Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow. The vows are blood and flesh. Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system. Fascism, Brota.
Co sakra?
Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revishal's problems? Yes, them, but also women.
Co? Mužony?
Women, men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Woo men need to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that woo men need to know their place.
Prostě přidali a i do toho překladu ten německý, jak kdyby nádor, doslova no.
Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others won't say, the good things, you've said them many times.
Traditionalismus.
Okay, yes, let's call it that. Good thing. That sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your intestines, knocking on your alcohol-engorged liver. It is one of betrayal and disappointment.
Ty promluvit s touto.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
Takže to ona mi dá ten klobouk. What?
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
Bude to dobrý? To je otázka. Encyklopedie +1? Hej, je to bonus zadarmo. Můžeme jít rovnou do války teďkon třeba, ty vole. Dáme si ještě brýličky, vole, a jsme úplně komplet. No to je strašně moc těch hadrů, ale no. Ale tak to je nice. V finále jsme udělali asi něco fajn. Tak nás ta hra docela odměnila, i když teda zároveň ten rozhovor. Zároveň to řekl, že ne. Počkej, on si chytal za ten klobouk zrovna, když jsem tam něco měl?
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title, From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems. You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage. You're cool.
I'm cool.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Prostě můžu ukradnout. Ale... Jo, jej prostě asi potřebuju, abych udělal ten úkol, že? Najdi svého heraldického ptáka. Chci to zkoušet, that's the question. Já nechci mít jako...
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slowly. You move your hand toward the tome of cockatoos. Before you reach the book, you're interrupted.
That's the shit.
Do we really need to do this? I think not.
Hele jo, jdi do prdele, já to chci. Chci si číst o ptácích. To dělám zase. Ne, že si zase čtu o ptácích, ale zase loadujeme. Kámo, jak je těžký hodit 5 na 2 kostkách, ale...
From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cock. You wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. When she's not looking, you haul the tome of cockatoos into your pocket. It's quite a challenge, but eventually, the guide to the cockatoos is yours.
Yes. A nikým mě neviděl? Hikime, já už jsem víc detektiv jak ty, vidíš mě? Mám sešit, mám klobouk, mám krásný kabát. Ty vole, co víc si můžu přát? A dokonce na tom kabátu mám i ty bílý sosy. Říkali, že jsou jako policejní. No a teď co je sakra tohle, vole?
The curtains, tattered with age and
Prostě
covered.
jdu dovnitř.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
Ne.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
The power.
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful.
Wow.
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Tajemné.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance. I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
She's so tense, it's a miracle she hasn't snapped in half yet.
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Host of hosts, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the curtains. Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Aha.
Didn't that curtain just move?
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements.
Aha.
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous. It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Such wraiths may prove a formidable enemy. Suit up.
Suit up.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
Jo, strážce. Kolik stál?
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear, it's not enough.
Takže proto vlastně oni jsou ve finanční tíži, protože kupou sračky doslova jsou.
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
Ajajajajaj, tady někdo kouká na teleshopping a moc.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Hej, já mám chuť taky něco zakouzlit na ní teď, no bych si vydělal teda co?
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective. Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
Paradetektiv z druhé linie. Paradetektivu, ale spát ze záhrobí volá se mi líbí víc.
I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly, you look like a bit of a drinker. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but...
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
How do you know all this?
Protože jsem, chápeš?
Here we go.
I should have realized. A pattern lies within the fabric. The hand of fate guides us. Our meeting couldn't have been mere chance.
Ano, a to všechno jenom za 50 reálů.
Perhaps you truly are the one to deliver this woman from the doom.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
Collateral damage, jak bože.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it? Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Aha, počkej, proč jsi se o tomhle nezmínila dřív, jako?
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney? Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it.
Co to sakra, vole?
Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin.
Okay, but please, only a few questions.
The woman looks aloof.
Může mi k tomu něco říct Aneta ještě.
Hi, Ace Detective.
No, asi ne. Dobře, no.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh!
To je muž? Můžu si tady na to posvítit. Jako správný detektiv samozřejmě. To je fakt muž?
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Only an echo. No one is there. A hollowed out, dark echo.
I má cenu to zkoušet, když máme klíč? Já to chci asi zkusit. Ale jestli mi to dá damage, tak loaduju, dobře? Co to znamená? Je to dobře nebo špatně?
Ow, shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Můžu to loudit rovnou? Počkej, já to ještě
Are you
dohraju.
alright? This looked pretty intense and painful, I must admit.
What is going on there? Are you really trying to break down the back door? I warn you, don't tempt the spirits, officer. Don't tempt the spirits, or you'll damage the holy wards on the door.
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however. It's still locked and closed.
To zvládnem. To zvládnem.
You see a
To zvládneme, to zvládneme.
A heavy door with a missing handle. Only an echo. A hollowed out, dark echo.
Tomu mám 3, 5 a musím hodit kolik? 12. Stačí 7, kolik jsem sakra hodil předtím? To je ještě hustý, jak ti to nenechá prostě. Vážně.
Ow, shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Prostě hodil 5, no, rozumím. To zvládnem. Já ty dveře chci vyrazit. To bude určitě děsně epic.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you.
Kurňa, ale to jsem se nepodíval, nezaťukal jsem.
Of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms.
To je tak těžký hodit na kostkách 7?
Ow, shoot.
6.
Whose moronic idea was it?
Mě ta hra určitě, to je prostě karma za to, že nerespektuju tu mechaniku.
A heavy door with a only an echo. A hollowed out, dark echo.
O 58% a já jsem to 4krát failnul už.
Ow. Shoot.
3.
Who's moronic?
Hero, prosím. Já ti prosím, mám si kleknout na kolena, nebo co jako?
A heavy door with a missing hand.
Zaklapeme
A hollow
a vyrážíme.
dark echo.
Myslím, že tohle už automaticky znamená, že se nám to nepovedlo prostě.
Ow.
2.
Shoot.
Já to udělám. Já to prostě udělám. Já to zvládnu. Já to zvládnu.
A heavy door with a missing. Only an echo. No one is there. A hollowed out dark echo.
I don't think so. to není možný už, ale.
Ow. Shoot.
Zase
Who's
6.
moronic? A heavy door with only a hollowed out dark echo.
Legendy praví, že tady by nebyl do zítřka, vole, třeba. Sedm. Stačí hodit 7. 4 a 3, 4 a 4, 4 a 5, 4 a 6, 5 a 2, 5 a 3. Tam je takových možných kombinací prostě.
A heavy door with a missing only a hollowed out
7.
dark echo.
7, hro, 7. 7. Stačí 7. Tohle není možný už, ale.
Ow.
Zase ty 2 jedničky.
A heavy door with only a hollowed out dark echo. Ow.
5.
Shoot.
Ne, já se nevzdám. Kolik to ukazuje? 58%? To už je tak 8. pokus třeba.
A heavy door with only a hollowed out dark echo. Ow.
Třeba jsou fakt prokletý a prostě nejdou vyrazit.
A heavy door with only a hollowed
To
out
magicky
dark
zapečeť.
echo.
Aha, dobré, tak už aspoň víme, jak to vypadá, když to jako dobře se udělá.
You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side. But you've done it.
Pěkně no, ale máme z toho XP, ale damage jsme dostali, no tak to je třeba...
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Budu jako házet znova? Ne.
What is this place?
Nevím. Je to posvítí za závojem. Mně to připadá jako tělocvična.
Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a ray of streetlight falling from the window. Other than that, the room is dark. An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
Vrhačská koule, ale teda peníze. Já mám třeba chuť se jako uzdravit, protože my máme teď vlastně strašně nízkou odolnost, že? Mega nízkou. A mám třeba chuť si narvat ten jeden bod do toho. Z boxovacího pytle se sype písek. Je tu cítit kůže a pot? Pofarmíme ty expy. To bude určitě, vole, další gamba tady.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them.
To víš,
There are
jo.
no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Hlava bolí. Proč se ti to zdá tak povědomé?
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone.
Je to zatuchlý pách gumy, skřípavý zvuk tenisek, tvé odřené koleno na podložce a hvíznutí, pak ten pocit zmizí. Že jsem boxoval?
It's just a memory.
To by možná bylo, ne? Zatuchlý pach gumy, skřípavý zvuk tenisek, tvé odřené koleno na podložce a hvíznutí. No zvedat to rozhodně nebudeme, jako 17% je sakra málo. Takže to jako jebat. Máme v kapse kouli, která má prostě lítce. Nemá vlastně, to je jiný číslo.
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand. Yes, you might even call it a feature of the universe that you need to hold tools to use them. I'm sorry the fundamental laws of the universe don't seem to agree with you, detective, but the fact remains that it's too dark to see in here without a flashlight. So come on, we've got...
Some areas are inaccessible without your flashlight. After you've acquired it, go
Okay.
to your inventory and equip it in a held slot to continue exploring.
Si musíme mít baterku. Ještě štěstí, že ji máme. Co? Dobrá, si tam aspoň dáme těch +1. Oho. To má třeba 50 těch, vole, peněz. Pomocí radiokomputeru. Tady ještě něco. Peníze! Je to Emin ateliér. Kde je Emma? Já už nevím, kde je Emma. Peníze! No, tady dejde ještě nahoru. To je radiokomputer, že jo?
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
What he means is that these things cost money. Why would anyone just leave it behind? This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
No.
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Zatím ještě to dělat nebudem. To jsou ještě věci na prozkoumávání.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. Perhaps the web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap. Someone very important. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Ilmara. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. no longer a mere man, but a Welkin. One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however. It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says all non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
Sadge.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones.
Asi pro inspiraci, ne?
You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money.
50, je 51, takže to je rok starý.
It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: Call in, Tune Out, Wirral Untethered, and Heat Death of the Universe. The full text reads, "Heat Death of the Universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s.
Bude důležitý asi později tady, co? Toho kompu, vývory nejpokročilejší RPG ve vesmíru. Počkej, oni tomu svítějí oči. Já nevím, chci tady jít. Tohleto, to je strašidelný. Peníze a hýle, ne, jo, morální hýle. Počkej, ty jsi nic neřekl, ale... Jsi něco zapsal, ale nic?
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door. You see a terrifying
Třeba vybouchne nebo
a
něco.
gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
No, takže to jsou ty finanční, to je to finanční prokletí, ne? Třeba. Aha, on to tady jako pokračuje, ty vole. Ty vole, to jak je tady dlouho, to je nějaký bunkr třeba, ne?
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
To by se dalo prodat, ne?
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away. Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
Okay.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
No, my jsme vlastně ještě tu knížku tady dali, vole.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Sully Swaff.
Someone who owns a radio computer? My guess is as good as yours, officer.
Which is to say, not very good.
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
It's like the production schedule you found, only this one's an off-site copy.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Okay.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here. No, this is going to need something else, some kind of super pry bar. Don't even try to open it with a regular pry bar. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory.
Přece nebude tak horký, ne?
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Tak to je hodně, vole. Ty prý asi nepomůžem s páčidlem.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Šílené síťované tílko plus 1 drama. Je dobré, ale jako what the hell. Ta fyzická vybavenost se mi asi teď momentálně líbí víc teda. Ale drama je dobrý, drama je dobrý. Jako takhle, já bych to mohl zkusit teoreticky asi vypnout, ne?
Two cables are plugged in. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
A teď to bude roztátý a nebude to už potřeba tolik, ne? Určitě.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
No jako jo, ale furt je to málo. Máme třeba jako 7 teďkon a potřebuje to 15, to znamená, že bychom museli hodit prostě 8. Už to má teda furt ten 3, jo, protože tam je to minus 20. Chápu. Chápu. Aha.
An old call box with a matrix of push.
Prostě vyšlo tudy. Zajímavý.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs. The echo is so prominent, it's impossible to discern what the voices are saying or what's producing them.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
To bych jo. Bych si potíral.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint. 3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild soul.
What are you doing? Please wipe your face clean, officer.
Jedenáct. A já mám 2. Jsem hodně malá šance. Ale teď bych si sundal. To bych měl 4. A to už je docela dost, ne? No, jako docela dost jsme viděli na těch dveří, to by třeba vypadalo úplně stejně. Ale...
You can feel your cheeks turn red under the lieutenant's gaze. You look like a kid, not a police officer. Even the war paint can't conceal the embarrassment.
Thank you. So, where were we?
Ne, já chci být válečník. Kde jsme to uložili naposledy? Budu válečník. Dáme si tu blbost.
A thick layer of looks like this furnace has a face.
Looks like it. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any...
It's dark, the echo.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
A lush layer of maybe you could still. It's good to have this dirt on you. Real men wear coal for makeup.
So... Počkej, co?
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists. Still, it's good to have this dirt on you. Real men wear coal for makeup.
Hele jo. Proč to teď dělá něco jiného, než to dělalo předtím? Já si odskočím, dejte mi chvíli, já potřebuji strašně na záchod. OK. Hej, to bylo třeba strašně divný, proč tam jako najednou byl jiný skill check na na to uhlí? Nemůžu to najít, jakoby no, proč?
A thick layer of coal dust, a lush layer of coal now covers your skin. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeology. Still, it's good to have this dirt on you. Real men wear coal for makeup.
Jako kvůli tomu, že jsem najednou už...
A thick layer of coal, a lush layer of coal now covers your skin. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. Yes, the lieutenant seems relieved as well.
Tam prostě vnitřní svět přebíjí tu konceptuálnost v ten moment. Potřebujeme ze sebe dostat konceptuálnost nějak. Co má konceptuálnost? Měl nějaký hadry, že jo? Má dokonce +1, kurva. Potřebujeme víc vnitřního světa prostě. Já když si to sundám, tak vnitřní svět furt má více konceptuálnost, ale já prostě si myslím, že potřebuji mít vnitřní svět na 5, abych to měl. Tu možnost tam mít. A to skrz hadry prostě nějak neudělám, no. Vnitřní svět +2. Jo, to dává tohle. Ale prostě nemám tam, no jako... Mi dává tu minus autoritu zase, no. You know what? Get.
A thick layer of coal, a lush layer of... You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai. 3 dangerous stripes appear onto your...
What are you... Please wipe your face clean, officer.
58 už je dost, to mi neříkej. Máme 4. Můžeme hodit 11.
These 3 stripes give you strength in this dangerous realm. It will be foolish to remove them.
And this protects you. Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Just pointing out, this is not traditional Seminese war paint. No idea where you got it.
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected. But malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man.
Bych to nedělal, mě to dá damage třeba, že do toho kopnu nohou, ne? Počkej, mě tak napadlo, bude to vidět, že to mám jako ty čáry na sobě? Já nevím, no. Nejsem si úplně jistý.
A thick layer of a hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw. No, it's many years of combined self-neglect and self-abuse.
Můžu prostě vzdát,
There's
jo?
no shame in surrendering now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face, like you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear. Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
Pěkně, vole. Jak umřel, kopl do komína, nebo do pece. Takže mi to dal takovou ránu.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello?
you've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs, the sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Huh.
A thick layer of coal.
Jsme možná nemuseli, či... Počkej, tam něco je, hele. Teď někam jdu, a nevím kam. Mhm. Co tady sakra děláš? Ty seš ta druhá, že? Radistka, vole.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the Legion.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind? Yes, Amelie is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with a ring. Her bones light, but her hands strong.
Answers? How strange. These days people only come to me for dice and role-playing games. I'm not sure how helpful I'll be, but go ahead and ask.
This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
No, já jsem možná promrhal nějaký rozhovor s ní.
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific? It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines. Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since. Oh boy, the fabled Revo Show ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas. There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Fritta does the same thing.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Ravenshaw ICT. And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravenshaw ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. You did what? Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the bear is costing them money. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all.
Yeah.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time. Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
Right, it used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
No, it was something else. It was eerie. It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or... Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity. It can't. Are you sure it was Slipstream? Tryson
Ale
it
jo,
used to be.
běž do
No,
prči.
it was whatever happened. Keep your
A prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids
Ne,
these
prostě mi
days.
nenechá nic jiného.
We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No, you could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the doomed commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. Sure, I'm listening. Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Whirl. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules. The usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time. Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die. The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings.
Ty vole.
And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Really? Anyway.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
Nevím.
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own. It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Cože, ty vole.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Hnus.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
You wouldn't like it either. The others would laugh at you. It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else? They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
Yay.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is. The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Men like that are a curse.
I don't know.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47.
Ty jesteś tady nějak dlouho, kostkařko, ne?
I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure, what do you want to know? Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items. She's thankful for the security they provide her.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. No need to rush. Take a look around, see if anything inspires you. Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? Ask her about the curse already. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids, and lately I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home. I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
This person values focus above all. She keeps her sharp sight on the instruments before her. She nods.
Anything else, officer? I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow? All right, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
Já nevím.
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
So I'm the grand dragon in the cave. Might I ask what supports this claim? Ethereal? Thank you, but I think it's just the lighting.
No, it's the troubled color of her energetic vibrations.
Of course you do. Show me a person in Martinez who doesn't have any tragedies in their past, and then we'll talk. If you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, then let me know.
That's all she has to say on the subject. She has been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance needs to hear about this. Perhaps if you combine your psychic energies, you will make sense of the situation. The bookstore closes starting 2100. You'll have to do that tomorrow.
A budeš to muset dělat, aha. Legendární obtížnost. Proč její podnikání neskrachoval? 14 a mám 2. Znamená, že bych prostě musel hodit 2 šestky. Což je sakra malá šance. Rozumím, no. Automatický ukládání a zároveň jsem tam je byl rychlý
Oh, it's
ukládání.
you again. Are you looking for a die?
Ano.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Nejneobyčejnější
A star
kostka.
that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure? Yes, you definitely have the proper attitude. How about a pair of 100-sided dice, made of ivory and inlaid with lodestone, a naturally occurring magnet, to complement your magnetic personality?
Pieces of lodestone were used as the first magnetic compasses, from which they derive their other name, course stones. That's a stone for leaders.
10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours. It's true, magnetic dice are definitely different. When rolled together, the magnetic fields of the pips interact with each other to push and pull on each other as they're rolled, just like all magnetic personalities do.
Co sakra kostky? Jak se řeknou kostky? Na to cenu si vůbec dělat, vole? Jsem třeba úplně vygumovaný, i to tam teď říkala. Nice. It opens white checks. Reduce the difficulty of teleporting to the roof of the felt building. Reduce the difficulties. Že každý ty kostky mají něco. To je hustý. Ale hádám, že třeba... Jako jo, no. Každá věc má nějaký bonusy tady. Build the... Ale to je... Chápu. Jo, takhle. Může dostat buď to, nebo to. Tady je tak strašně moc věcí, které vám třeba jako nějak pomůžou. Ale ve finále, prostě když to fakt hrajete poprvé, tak to získáte tak strašně random. Teď hraješ to poprvé, nemáš peníze třeba ani na pokoj. Mně třeba teď došlo, že si nejsem jistý, jestli se bude moc jako koupit, bo tam myslím bylo třeba jako psáno do 9. Jo, počkej, možná můžem zaplatit, ale se do něj prostě teďko nedostaneme po té 9. Ale jinak jako chápeš, jo? Máš prostě málo peněz, nemáš ani na ten pokoj, dejme tomu, a budeš dávat 10 reálů za nějaký kostky, který ve finále nevíš, k čemu jsou prostě. Protože já ty bonusy na té vikině našel, že jo, ale ta hra ti je nějak prostě nedá. Takže ty vlastně pak narazíš najednou na nějaký check, ve kterým budeš mít bonus z těch kostek a budeš teprve, že aha. Ale z další věc je, že tam každý ten set těch kostek má ty bonusy třeba 4. Takže já si myslím, že je třeba legit šance, že ty si ty kostky koupíš, ale ve finále je třeba ani nevyužiješ. To je takový strašně zvláštní ta hra tady v tom, no.
Maybe you have some other ideas for dice? I think I have just the right one for you. You're a police officer, right? Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
It's a gift. It's a gift. It's a gift. It's a gift. Dobré, no, to jsme si trošku vyspoilerovali. Já jsem si to trošku vyspoileroval, je to zadarmo, tak já si kečnu. A stejně my už máme skoro všechny ty čeky stejně splněný, takže... Počkej.
Mr. Smooth moves. You snatch the dice out of the air with one hand, just like you're in a movie.
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay, and the blue one is the inverse. I believe these dice are your lucky charm, officer.
She winked back at you. Can you believe it? You truly are Mr. Smooth Moves.
So Mr. Smooth Moves.
You definitely need luck in Martinez. Was there anything else?
Můžu ale další kostky.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
No ty si můžeš tady prostě pokoupit víc. Můžu rovnou podívat tady na toho. No. Dobré, kašlem na to.
No need to rush. Take a look.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights and they solve shit. What are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard to establish. Yeah, a cool, trash superstar. Big dick cop down on his luck. Salam Rocky by here. Badass on the edge disco cop.
Běž do prdele.
Yes?
To tím pádem jsme to tady asi prozkoumali úplně všechno, no. Když vlastně ještě tam je to komp. No ty vole. Ten komp bude asi třeba jaký ustej, ne?
The dusty radio computer sleeps on its wired. The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Nothing happens. Something's missing. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Something's missing. There's no tape in the... Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good evening, Fortress Accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat, is this the production schedule? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne. Now please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now please tell me the reason for your call, Fortress Accident. Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says. Any other questions? The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password.
You should ask her for a hint.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Bylo někde tady, ne? No jo, on se mnou chce mluvit. No, mi řekne, že už bychom měli jít domů.
What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it. I think...
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
Tady někde bylo něco napsaného, co si myslím, že bude s těma heslama
It looks
společný.
like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers. Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the We World board game, with hit death thrown in. No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... Ah, yes, the doom of bad business practices. Okay, let's keep moving.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in... Some of the writing has faded with age. The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: Call in, Tune out, Wirral Untethered, and Heat Death of the Universe. The full text reads, Heat Death of the Universe is the new black. Another note says, the biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s. Your flashlights, some of the writing. It looks a bit like Mini-Me stands for a mini-meeting. As time goes on,
Looks like they didn't make it.
a note in the bottom. This old fireplace is a diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV-12 unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap. Someone very important, whoever decides to call a list of names under the stations, all of this is gone. Left. There's no way a little basement studio works.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project
Tady ty
became.
hesla asi přece jenom nebudou.
Exactly. This schedule...
Nothing. Tiles on the cube are still smoked. Like a smooth draw, the filaments slide. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark. The speaker comes.
Good evening, Fortress Accident en rue de Saint-Gislet. Please repeat. Good. Please repeat the password. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder, Fortress Accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to these filaments.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password? Still no. Proceed.
Don't worry.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube. The filament slides out of its.
Budou možná od těch hráčů, nebo fakt musíme získat ten druhý plán? Tady ani nemáme třeba v questech, jako. Ale to bylo někde tady, ne? Bude to teďka, když už teďko nesvítí, bude to furt otevírat?
The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge, slowly melting. The power has been cut off. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate. This orange machine is dead. Turning the crank feels oddly set. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet. Or you slip your No. This is going... If you want to try...
Equip the pry bar.
No jo, porád.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Páčilo není dostatečně silné, jako... Jak se jako vole vylepšit páčilo, halo? Kde sakra je ta uhelná věž jako tohle? Možná.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
Fuck this Kuno care?
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants. The material, delicate, these are clearly not boots. their armor.
Indeed. Ceramic plate under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. You work for Cornell, like Joyce told us. This is military equipment, provided by a wealth. It is. We've requested for a full set.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Not too much, yes.
The lieutenant nods, wiping his finger on his sleeve.
It is. We've requested for a full...
For the northwest region of Revachol.
By catching.
What was that about the constabulary before? You need to push some buttons if you want to recruit the lieutenant in a conspiracy.
It means disciplinary hearing.
The lieutenant nods often. It's part of his unplastic expression range, communicating both professionalism and sarcasm. This time, the latter.
Prý nic, no.
The cadavers.
Dobrá, to jebat. Jsem to chtěl vyzkoušet, ale my už teda fakt asi nebudeme mít možnost. Možná reálně, když sem fakt přijdu bez něho. Jsme ještě furt třeba nešli do těch doků, mě tak napadlo.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Ještě není čas. Budu mít za chvíli, ale zase ještě tohle.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Já mu budu muset zaplatit, no. Můžu se prostě vyspat tam v tom baráku. Já bych si mohl třeba dát do háje už konečně tu baterku. K tomu trošku přidávám, vole, na tom. Dívám, když už u toho jsme. Takže hádám, že k tomu bychom časem stejně došli. Dobře. Dobrá tedy. Nevím, jestli už jsme s ním mluvili o těch drogách, to myslím, že jako jo, asi no. Automatické ukládání, co? O co ti jako jde?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window.
It's you again. What is it?
Šestnáct, mám 2, můžu mít 5. To není moc, no.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us, and Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
That was an unsure phrasing.
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal. So are the local gangs, the fucking Barmy Army, and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals, special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or Barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think. Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen? What do you mean, okay?
Matky, ty. Myslím tím fajn, máte na své straně jednu zbraň víc, až najdu tu svou, ztratil jsem ji.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
Ty vole, tohle už je docela velká šance, ale ne? To už je 1, 2, to jsou 3, plus 2 je 5. No prostě 4, plus 3, který bych mohl mít je 7. Potřebujeme 16. To už je třeba hodit 9. Jako není to moc. Kolik mi to spočítá hra? Můžeme to zkusit jen tak pro prdel jednou?
It's you again. What is it?
It's you again. 17, no, to je jako málo. Ale máme 5, 7. Tak se ti hodí 9. 2 kostkama 9. Je to hodně, no.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know, all right? We took care of it. The law handled it, all right?
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
No, asshole. You're nobody. I'm the law.
Yours.
Stop yelling about the goddamn law in my establishment. We get it. You're all the law.
Let's just all cool off. We had some questions, that's all.
Dobré, to jsme, jenom jsme to tak zkusili, to nemá cenu tady asi teď takhle klikat, vole. Oni tam nejsou? Co stalo jako? Halo? Halo? Ten 2? Zmizeli. Rozbil. To, tady jsou. Tady taky ještě furt jsou. A tady už najednou nejsou. To je divný, vole. A ještě k tomu nemůžu ani poklikat na ten. Podle mě už tady reálně má být jako zavříno zase, no. To uložím teďkon a načtu to. Že už bude třeba i zavřený ten sál. To ta hra nějak nezvládá udělat, ne. Jako i ta paní na vozíčku už je třeba pryč. Už bude třeba jako i Kuno pryč. Ne. No tady prostě bude celou noc, asi nebudeme. Ale tihleti tady třeba jako jsou pryč. Távkaři a všechno. Ten ne, ten tam hlídá.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see fumes of heavy fuel oil waft over you, making your eyes sting. The odor mixes with cigarette residue.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your question.
No dík asi, no. No asi jako jdeme spát, my už tady jako nic asi nenaděláme, nebo respektive já bych šel jako spát, ať se zbavíme Kima. A šel bych dost možná ještě jako zkusit
The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open, and thus out of order.
Žít jako kaskadér. Máme 3+1, což jsou 4, stačí hodit 7. Ale zase jako víme, že to už jsme to jednou měli, no. Nějaký 7. Můžeme to asi jednou zkusit, ne? Jenom to dá jenom jako expy nebo něco.
Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle. These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags. Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour. The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack.
Někdo prostě nudil tady, ono.
The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast. There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22. It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage. The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers, cops, strippers dressed as cops, undressed strippers. Very sturdy but light motor carriage, more likely than most to survive that jump. The Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions, which the manufacturer's design team probably thought about for too long. You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure.
Ale nice.
The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your analysis.
Dali jsme to, jo, počkej, on se chce promluvit, jo.
Any theories about what happened here? What kind of car do you think it was? That's quite likely, from what I can tell. Oh. The traffic hooliganism? I hope not. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
Konceptuálnost. Ale... Konceptuálnost mám v mínusu teďko, nebo můžu ji mít v plusu. Goddammit, vole, tohle je přesně to, no, ty červený čeky jsou v prdeli, jakmile nejste připravený. Máme 4, potřebujeme 12, to znamená, že musíš hodit 8, to je docela haj.
If we must.
A jako kdybychom chtěli, tak to můžeme asi repeatnout. Konceptuálnost. Konceptuálnost. +2, to už je docela, si myslím, huge číslo. Ale
Yes.
už to neopáknem, budeme muset načíst, no zase. Budu muset proklikat všečko znova a zastrefit tu šanci na ten.
A crumpled,
Billboard.
the sign billboard had fallen on the just some tasteless.
Hro.
A crumpled, the sign billboard had fallen. Judging by the
Už
size
jsme to
of
dali,
the
vole,
impact,
takže.
these look like the side slip marks in the black mark.
Že já jsem
The
třeba
tunnel served
debil,
as a
ne,
tip.
nejsem dobrý.
The vehicle soared through the air. The sign broke the. Still speeding. There are two. It's about the right. The Caprice for very lean. You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The lieutenant looked.
Ty pokecat, ale my se na něho musíme připravit, tak.
Any theories about what happened here? You're right.
Jsem třeba úplně debil. Já jsem si nekliknul věc jednu. Ono to sice, myslím, nedává. Nedává to, ale možná jsme možná...
Any theories about what happened here? What kind of car do you think it was? That's quite likely, from what I can tell. Oh. The traffic hooliganism.
72, to už je high
Fortunately, we are
chance.
not traffic cops.
Somewhere in the depths of your alcohol-addled soul, you find a few threads that you can weave into a story.
The tip-top tourney champion?
The lieutenant patiently listens to the words coming from your mouth.
Jumping canals at night? If I was Jacob Irv, I wouldn't drive in Martinez. The roads are awful. In conclusion, it's a colorful theory, but I don't believe Jacob Irv did this. Should we go? If we must.
If we must. Zpátky k tomuhle. Ty boty musíme někde splašit nějaký. Mně by se líbily ty od toho se Seinonga. Ale myslím, že...
The crumpled Samaran butterbill. The lieutenant.
No úplně neviděl, leda, že by tam ten hňup ty boty nechal přes noc. A on je tu nechal. Ale vypadá to, že je nemůžeme jako šolhnout, no. Tady už nic neuděláme, prostě jdeme zaplatit, bohužel, jdeme zaplatit. Jdeme zaplatit tady za pokojík. Smutně jdeme zaplatit, že nás pracovník neplatí. Teda jako asi jo, ale oni prostě si myslí, že bych to prochlastal, takže...
you? Got the 20 real?
The breath catches in his chest. The light in his eye.
Do you have money tonight? Too bad.
Here comes a layup, sire. Fall not for it.
But you know what? You're in luck, because you don't have to ever pay me again.
Ty vole. Jo, protože už tady nebydlím, že jo?
Not at all, officer. It's true. You don't have to pay me anything. You don't have to give me any money at all. If you want a room, yes, you'll need to pay me, but you don't have to just give me money. Giving me money for a room is your choice. You want a free place to sleep? Fine. You've already unlocked your new room. The trash container outside is ready and waiting.
The lieutenant is painfully. A new dimension of reality will open. A portal is this bed of waste. Sleep there and awaken elsewhere.
So...
It is not clear. All that is known is sleep in the trash and there is no coming back.
I don't care what you do. Sleep in the trash or pay for a room. I don't care anymore.
Počkej. Počkej. Sleep in dumpster. In case what's happening. In case you were wondering what happens if you go hobokop and sleep in the trash. Prostě umřeme. GG. This is my first death. OK. Tak nic. Ono mi to jako nejdám, ono. Ta hra mi to dala jakože.
That wasn't so hard, was it? The room is yours for the night. Don't forget, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
No jo, sice mi to dává XP, ale... Tak běž Kime, šup, padej domů. Já si půjdu ještě něco vyřídit. Nebo musíme ještě... Završit den, jakoby. Musíme. No, běž do prdele. Bye. My jsme ještě mohli jít za tím blbečkem. Do toho, nebo můžu tam jít sám, actually.
The man before you, the material appears delicate and fragile. They feel alien to the world around. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set. The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Of course. You come back.
Fuck, does Kuno care?
Hero.
Kuno doesn't.
No, ona tam není.
You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache. The twiddling barely keeps your hands warm against the frigid wind blowing from the coast. After a while, you've had
To nechápu.
The door is closed. The door is closed. Still nothing. This door can only be opened with a key. Still nothing. Still.
Ty vole, noční situace tady. Zajímavý tohle testovat až teďko. Jako nevím, co jiného bych dělal, já jsem chtěl zkusit fakt sundat ty boty. Nebo jestli musíme počkat třeba až ta odsaď zmizí jajku, no. Zase bych se pak jako vyspal, vole, když tam budu čekat Bůh ví dokde.
You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of... You finally stop picking your nose. Time passes. The bright sun blazing overhead is making it difficult to concentrate on deep thoughts. It's getting late. Time to head to sleep. Best not stay outside on the wind-stricken coast. Apricot chewing gum scented one. August 2nd, early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class. The nylon of her little jacket rustles next to you in the dark like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your whole body. Immediately, you know that you've entered a completely different world.
Další vnímání, ty vole. Vnímanej úplně to.
It is the dead of night.
Jo, on to furt je prostě.
The man before you is naked, but for a bit. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a only the lower extremities are pink. The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. The material delicate. These are clearly not boots. The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso, the hangman. This is a...
Můžu jako pokračovat prostě sám, jo. Trošku blbost třeba.
Kuno care? The fuck about it? Your test.
Get lost!
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. The fuck do you want with it? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. What is this shit? Fucking on yourself. This is weird level shit. Kuno doesn't go there.
Fuck your shit back to normal. What is this?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs, live, fucks their heads off. Kuno's a cop killer. Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come into... Kuno does...
Jak si tam jako chodit bez něho, no? Sice dost možná budeme muset, ale... My vlastně zítra už můžeme na druhou stranu, jako. Počkej. Hej, no. Nejdou získat takhle, dobře. Tak nic. Pokus dobrý. Provedení horší teda, ale tak whatever. Všichni už jsou fuč. Zrcadlo.
The
Zrcadlo,
mirror hangs on the
zrcadlo.
bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression.
13 a mám 4. A do encyklopedie tady nemám nic, že? Nemám ten klobouk. Jinak bych ji vlastně měl v mínusu, nebo? Mě dávalo něco? Něco mi dávalo do mínusu, ne? No tohle no. Já jsem si do toho napral bot už dokonce, aha. Rozumím. Máme 2 bodíky, já nevím, jestli reálně chci něco tam tady vole vymýšlet nebo ne.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. The bed is still cold from the broken window. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bird. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
Now you've gone off the rails, baby. Now you're stuck sitting here by the tracks, admiring the wreck around you. You just can't help it, looking at yourself. The sum total of your accomplishments. You're just stuck here in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that? Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
Some of them are. Some of them are nice. Others are scared. At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves, a great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
No to bylo skvělý.
The door is closed. Still nothing.
Co zač?
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
To je ten týpek, co jsme mu volali, vole.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm going by here.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What you want?
Okay, so this guy is cool. He stands there like a statue, an angry statue, and he does not like you. Don't even try to win him over. You won't.
Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
Počkej, já ti dám, vole. A nebo ne, prej. Já tady toho za stolik nemám na tu policejní věc. Myslím, že toho mám víc, no. Tak prej nic.
Again?
He might be wearing a disguise.
Jo.
There's something that binds you to him. Some kind of an outfit, maybe. A uniform. Exactamundo. Of course, you don't have to. You can talk about anything you want.
Dobré, kašlem na to. Blbost. Ale na něco jsme se přiučili tady.
Yes?
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now. Okay.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm going by here.
Oh, come on, Jean.
It's not just this week.
Okay, so this guy is cool. He stands. Don't even try to win him over. You won't.
I'm not getting involved in this.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? Oh, well, go solve your case then. That would count as trying hard. No. 'Cause it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging? Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
So, do you know who hanged him? I don't know. Why are you?
Who knows why we do the things we do? Somehow, bouncing those ideas off the man with sunglasses felt calming, like you've done it before.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
Oh really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? You don't say. Goodbye then. The voice thing was a coincidence. Run along, asshole. Again?
He might be wearing a disguise.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening though. Who is this guy?
To je prostě, vole... Prostě to bude muset asi popnout, vole, ten.
I can't believe this shit.
You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
No.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good. Okay. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? No, because in this thought experiment, we're all police officers in a police station. We don't do crimes. We're not crime bros.
Come on. Stop it.
Oh, no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
You're not going to believe this, but police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang. Oh, it's you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you. Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
He's trying to protect you from further rough handling, dished out by this sunglassed man.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw something. A gram of compassion in that sadness.
Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing over again. We're not wasting time. You're not shitting me, Millen. I can smell it all the way here. The whole town stinks.
We're getting to it. There have been complications.
I would love to. But I'm busy fucking off and not cramping your style. And that might cramp it, you see? Helping you. I don't know. Why are you? Oh my god, there's more. You want...
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at, but still. Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say? Okay.
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
Maria, vole. To je prostě on, bože.
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's...
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now. Yes, I am. I know.
Here's the real deal.
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere. But if you had to guess, you would say the lieutenant is being sarcastic.
I'm definitely not the cavalry. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you're not. You're not the only cop in the world. Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
And you look like you don't bathe, on principle.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay?
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets their squad mates? That's not possible.
What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
I'm just looking out for...
You?
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you, the energy between you two is making her uncomfortable.
To je jako všechno. Prostě tohle jenom. Zajímavý, vole.
Oh, hello, dear.
No, oni to jsou znova.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window.
Ještě není čas.
The hawthorn branches scrape the glass. The man ponders his cooking utensils. He looks up at you. Then, shrugging is an international sign for no. You see a heavy, the kobold, old kobold. The door doesn't.
Můžeme teďko jít otevřít toto, no, ale já nevím, jestli už třeba nejdem pozdě. To bych tam jít možná jako hned, no.
A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out from the hole where an indicator light used to be, and a mechanical lever sitting in the middle. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then, the water lock starts moving.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with everything that's going on.
Focus on one thing. Achieve it, then the next, he thinks. That's the...
It's the spirit. Okay. Tady jako máme nějaký věci, co by se asi daly prodat. Já úplně nevím, jestli vrhačská koule mi k ničemu nebude. Já jsem chtěl jít zkusit ukrást ty boty. Tady má jenom to triko.
What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense zwaya.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive. Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop and then moving on.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
He shakes his head, slowly.
Sure, let me have a look. I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Nevím, chci to zastavovat, that's the question. That's the real question. Vrhačská koule. Tak to nemusím prodávat úplně. Třeba tohle. Billy McGravy. Musíme nejdřív sundat, ale aby jsme toto dobře. Nebudeme prostě teď
Another
nic
time,
dodávat.
Sure thing. Sure, man.
Všechno je vole k něčemu, jakoby to je halus, to celé na té hře. Všechno je k něčemu a když už to máme, tak prostě...
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star.
Everything's still cool here.
Možná dává to vnímání, tyhle bonusové koule, to je jedno, jsou to expy navíc.
Son, you've really let yourself go. It's a disgrace. But Coach Physical Instrument is going to get you back in prime condition. Even if it takes 1,000,000 push-ups. Does a master swordsman insult his own blade? No. I'm going to turn you into an athletic benchmark, you big pussy. It's going to take blood, sweat, piss, and tears. But when I'm done with you, boy, you will be... Attention, attention. An old has-been given up. Come see the has-been quitting again.
Jej do pierdole.
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I...
Officer! God damn it. Pull yourself together, René. What do you want? It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon, then aims it at the sea. This man knows firearms intimately.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
It
is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I head this?
Mám jeden náboj. Výborně. Vlastně můžeme jít sem nejdřív, že?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for...
You broke down the back door. Why? I gave you the key. I hope you can find the solution quickly. The wards are broken. The passage has been opened. Now tell me, what's back there? A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom?
Žádnej tu není.
She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire. You've come this far. You know how to end it. There is an entity behind the entity.
Wait, what? The entire economic system is cursed?
This is a lot for her to pass.
Nic pěknýho, vole, prostě to jsou všechno pytloviny.
Precarious world? Economy? I understand what's going on here. You went in there, rummaged around, and accomplished nothing. And now you're telling me these intellectual things to cover up for it. It's okay. You don't have to. I was wrong to trust another person. I will manage this psychic calamity as I always have. Alone. On my own.
As she has to, every day.
Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
70 expů je nice, ale nemohli jsme z toho vysekat něco víc? Prokleté místo. Prokleté místo. No to mi nic neřeklo, to mi taky nic neřekne. no. Asi nic, jako jsme jinýho tady nemohli udělat, no.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into her own mind.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we go now?
Tak běž třeba do prdele. Jako máme 3 body, měli bychom to možná začít někamerovat. Jdeme prozkoumat tu střechu konečně už. Fakt můžu přejít, jo, wow. Takže to je všechno, kam jsme se dostali, jako nechci říct.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. When the wind ruffles the cloak, you can most definitely see a white rectangle on its back.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. The look in his eyes is a mix of the engineer-like interest and the wonder of a 6-year-old seeing a horse for the first time. That machine is a Kvalsund 1020 HK.
Is it? Kvalsund makes a lot of heavy equipment, but this is phenomenal, even for them. But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here. I was under the assumption we could ask the leader of this union to help us get this body down. This is why we're here, right? Or it could be that we are just exploring.
He's thinking you've forgotten where you are again.
The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. as to whether you should go for it? Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2-meter stops. Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you.
Můžu si sundat ty boty?
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Víš co, já to udělám ještě takhle, radši pro jistotu.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible
ještě takhle.
tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings.
Já to prostě failnuji, tak chápeš.
17%,
17%, vole.
Nope, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up here.
Sure. Just be careful, okay? Looks like you almost strained a muscle there.
Fuck off, ty vole, to jsem mohl možná zkusit a když tak teď jsme si mohli přidat bot, vole, a udělalo by to líp. Ne, seru ti na to, hro. Já nebudu otrokem tvojí mechaniky. A mě třeba vůbec nebaví, ty vole, ještě jsem si tam naschvádal prostě ten bot, aby to jako... Prostě ne, kámo. 7 bodů, stačí hodit prostě 5, já to nedal. To je insane, vole.
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses. Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring in your ears. You are ready for your rendezvous with the concrete pavement. As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive, alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
Já třeba nevím, proč bys to musel takhle blbě
I
skákat.
know you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Tam stačilo má slízt, víš co, jako. Policejní duch a mrazení v týle. Jako disco blázna. Plítkový pláž rum. Jako rozhodně vypadá dobře. A vlastně to můžeme třeba tohle rovnou prodat. Ale sugestivnost je možná furt lepší, či. Jako mrazení v týle je dobrý. Nebo dobrý, no. A můžeme to asi nechat takhle, no, si to vypadá divně s tím tílkem, piču, ale... Ještě v těch, ty vole, to. Počkej. Aha, to si nevšim.
Snow is quietly covering the numerous wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really hard here.
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. Yes, this looks pretty advanced, all right. For now,
to jsou peníze, hej. peníze ještě po sobě uklidím. Let's go.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads René Arnaud.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. Looks like the inhabitant is rather pedantic when it comes to order. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera. René looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of René? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure, as long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
This is the night.
Nic víc tady, jo. Já jsem třeba ještě furt.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Couron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are.
Maria vole. Můžeš přestat kurně hrou.
Focusing through not focusing.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there? Right. This is probably not relevant to our case. After all, we're not investigating an accounting mystery.
The drawer slide.
51, kdy jsme naposled loudili, ježíš před tím skokem, ty. Teď se to našli. No je to bílej skoček, takže dost možná se sem pak někde vrátíme, ale ty vole. Tohle mě třeba tak strašně štve prostě, ale... Já bych chápal, že nějaký nízký procenta prostě, ale když máte... 70 a prostě... Jel na to. Vizuální analýza, ale -1 drama. Padáme k šéf třeba. Vizuální analýza zní dobře, ale... -1 drama. Vizuální analýza, počkej. My bychom mají na něco potřebovali, takže to potom můžeme použít spíš tak. Nevím, jestli třeba do toho chci vyrvat víc věcí, to třeba se asi úplně nechce. Ale fuck it, tohle. Počkej, to už neudělám znovu takovou chybu.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. You're trying hard, but the data here is unbelievably dry. The drawers
Ne, ani hovno.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked drawer slides out. You're trying hard, but the data...
Ano tak hro, to není za stolik, 83% šance, kámo. Hodit 5 na 2 kostkách, co to je jako?
The file cabinet stands steady. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
Remember, Leo, all items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled. The drawer slides shut.
Tohle dělali prostě kvůli 5 expům.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change."
Počkej, tady mám strašně moc. Zase tak moc.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover. Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. No advertisements, you notice. So who's funding this radical commentary? After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international development, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. Lafume is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. Perhaps they've overestimated the market demand for this kind of commentary. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of content. Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dockworkers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer G. Martin accusing the owner of the Capeside apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent. Ah, this must be Gaston's handiwork. According to these editorials, private enterprise is simply a means of organizing labor that would already happen regardless. Absolute nonsense. Whoever wrote this has clearly never built a successful business before. It goes on to call the Wild Pines a nightmarish transnational leech sucking the life from the laboring classes of Martinez. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
Dobrá, tohle to je, vole, pravo. Ale tohle jsme nečetli třeba.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest, found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas a la Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral issues. This book talks about the delicate nature of twos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. The funeral cockatoo, the major majestic cockatoo, and the most common bang bang cockatoo. It's colorfully illustrated. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as recurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may scream non-stop, pluck their feathers, or become aggressive. It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 135 decibels. Ouch. That must hurt.
No.
Performing? Yes, birdie. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if dressed for a funeral, 24/7. There is something indisputably ominous about it. Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo, is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle. Its pink-colored wings and flowing crest embellishing its proud and bumptious nature. In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, Few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. It must be glorious to behold, dark pink and snow white. Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all Seminoles forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world. Its plumage is mainly grey and white. The Seminoles name, bang-bang, is thought to be of onomatopoeic origins. Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you?
Co? Ale co když jsem jeden kurva a kakadu? Co? Já jsem kurva du.
You're right. You're a fuckatoo embodied. This sorry-ass bird belongs on your heraldry. It probably doesn't even have feathers and only screams.
Jsem kurva du. Dělá to něco, když tam hodím peníze?
The already familiar, the machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
Aha. Dobře, no. To asi nevíde, vole, no.
Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005.
Okay.
That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here. No. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
He thinks you're pulling a prank on him. The call is terminated by the other party. You're left with the discomforting sound of the disconnect tone.
Tak to jsme tady moc nevymysleli. Tak teď můžu mít tak maximálně tady dolů něco dělat.
Control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marsh. On. Arrête. Off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
skoro spadl.
With a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. This crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container. Who can say? All you know is, it's special.
Yeah.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Můžeme se podívat tam, ale chápeš, co když tam bude nějaký poklad? No, peníze.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
You do? Because I don't. There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? There may very well be, but we are not here to look for that. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to get the body down from the tree.
No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container. You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Byl na světě 2 dny. Peníze jsou především co to je za bonusy, ale i tak je to strašně málo. 7 prostě, bych musel zhodit 11. Nebo 12, jasně.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Přesvědč ty dveře, aby se otevřely.
You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. You're back before the car. You attempt to turn to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions.
I don't get it. Obsahuje 19 lahví, jo, to už je peněz. Peníze. Dobrý den.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard. Everard, he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind.
folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh yes, born and raised in Arish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then, too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No sir, those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes I am, yes I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them. Sure, mister. About what? Oh, I'm just making some covers for them Sure, mister. Bye-bye now.
Já třeba furt nemám ty boty. Mu to nevadí.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back. Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
7. Just 7.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors.
Prostě přebarvuje, no, kradený.
It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have labels on them, I think. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
No, I don't think they killed anyone. Let's better talk about something else. Titus and his boys do good work. I don't want to get them in trouble over a little drinking.
He probably doesn't know anything anyway. Who in their right mind would tell him?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer, aka the gardener?
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip too.
Jo, vidíš to, jak se jmenovala? Líza, ona se jmenovala Elizabeth, no. Slečna Beaufortová. OK.
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht. Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done. Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags. Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinites what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys.
Mm-hmm.
Patience. Deep down you have the mental power to keep listening. Not many would, but you do.
Had an arithmetics teacher, Miss Bellows. Her real name was Miss Bellams. She was a real pretty lady, but when she got mad... All the boys liked her, if you know what I mean, mister. We used to sneak in her yard in the dark and peek through the window. One time we saw Miss Bellows with a fellow. Yes, we did, mister. Them was naked too. That's all I got to say about that. Thank you. Almost forgot. Mr. Everard is in that container over there. I got distracted telling the story, but he's in there.
Dobře, díky. Přímo tady. Ukazuje doleva od něho, OK. Bude to fungovat? A bude to fungovat. O, rukavice. O. No, ale to se mi asi úplně nelíbí třeba, no. Jako jsou stylový. Ty fall hadry jsou třeba jako dobrý, ale ta technologie mi přijde lepší. Ty jsi za velikána, kámo.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. With a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled. A typical power play. Wait for him to speak first. Show him you've got a backbone. The one good eye of this man fills you up without even flickering. The other, his lazy eye, is constantly moving like a goldfish in a tank. Grotesquely magnified by his +6 glasses.
+6.
Amblyopia, a childhood condition. For a moment, you don't know where to look. It is unbearably humid in the trailer. Beads of sweat slide down the man's forehead. At first, nothing happens. His face wears a wide and self-satisfied smile. Every now
So... Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi, how nice that you found a moment to pay a visit to the Debardairs Union. I'm Everard Clare, head of this little operation here.
Pane Duboisi?
Please, have a seat.
the folding chair looks like a torture device. Extremely uncomfortable.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
Damn, that's a nasty play. He's got you, a titan of volition, in a fork. Guess you just have to sit or...
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
Málo, no. Ale jako uspělo to? Prostinké.
When he said, don't worry, he actually meant, be very worried.
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Ty pičo, hej, co to je, vole? Že to není moc, ale prostě ty mínusy, no. Prostě 3 jenom.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Takže budu muset. Budu muset panikařit.
Who does this
A
guy
nebo
think you
kurva
are?
ne.
Ronnie the rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him. Fuck yes. You're part of the old guard, the ancient guard, the most corrupt, unholy cops in the land. Chill out like the black dragon you are.
Okay.
Summon a smile on your face. A big shit-eating grin like his.
Však ten mám celou dobu, ne?
The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair than one would think is physically possible. He seems to be enjoying your little display. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters. Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law man. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, detective?
So you really get Kim to trust you. Jo, mě by zajímalo, jak to sakra u něho zjistíš, ale že ti věří. Ty prostě nevidíš žádnou morálku, ale tak achievement mi to prozradil.
Somehow you managed to get yourself out of this one. Now quick, keep the momentum up. Ask questions. Whatever you do, don't ask him about the gun first. You don't want him thinking you're scared.
Možná mohl nejdřív vzít zjistit něco o tom boršči, co?
You've got a lot of spirit clearing up the drug problem alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now, let's talk real business.
Actually, Revachol doesn't have a mayor. He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably just a small nuisance to him. Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age... You did look like you were gonna collapse and die when I told you about your lost gun. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my big fat folder.
I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done. It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Asi moje jméno.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Asking too many questions will make you look weak. You should maybe focus on the folder. Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic. Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man.
He's probably just making a guess based on your recent activity in Martinez.
But of course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock. You're a Jamrock boy. A long way from home, but that's okay.
He doesn't really seem to know any more about it.
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry. It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
Harry Dubois?
You feel like a Dubois, but you don't feel like a Harry. Strange.
Sure, okay. You're Harold. Harmon. Haroldamus. But that's not what the record says. The record says Harry Dubois. A real man's name. Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can. Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry? Family, Harry, is the most important thing in the world.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors. And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colors, Harry. This really is very simple, and there's nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry? Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
Mám taký blbý pocit. Že chci vědět, co tohle bude mít. Se jmenuje, vole. Yard. Door. Open apartment door for Everard. Já nevím, jestli ho chci brát ten kost nebo ne, to jo. Nope.
Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Even worse, we won't be able to speak like equals about the murder. Perhaps this was just bad timing for you. Know that you can always come back to me. I really hope you do. For your sake, my sake, and for your gun's sake too.
Yes, we both understand what you meant.
This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later.
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbour. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Přesvědčit kontejner otevřít se, dobře.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt, a steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down. And Jean, please take it easy with the race science. That's a yes to getting the body down, no to the race science. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates. He's the big impressive one. You know, tattoos, muscles, ethnic looking. Can't miss him. Great guy.
Dobře, no. No. Asi.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope one thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here. We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez here. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you get that nasty body down from the tree. I'm not a jealous guy.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
It's a fortress. He knows she can't get in here. He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice. Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions when you think of me.
Já jsem dal něco jiného, než jsem
What
chtěl
do
dát.
you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals. Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Ale no tak, to je nějaká blbost.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
That much is true. His heart truly is in it, though you wouldn't think so by looking at him. If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression or demeanor now.
Yes, yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everard doesn't mind. I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts in my operation, I can't keep track of them all. You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. Just one thing. If you can, make it even shadier.
He sincerely has no idea what you were talking about. And he doesn't care either.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
To asi možná nebylo v finále zase tak zlý, jak jsem čekal, že to bude. Tohle teda insane. 20x na půl metru. Píču cajtová renta, všechno poznámka v zastavárně bezcenná. Ale jinak jsme tady jakoby nic, že? Jsme si teda nechali blbce volen, nechal jsem si blbec tu autoritu minusovou na sobě, no. Což nevím, jestli mi úplně nějak pomohlo.
Mister, I'm not gonna bother you with a long...
No, jsem tady nechal peníze.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Tam dávají dokonce bonus volatility, jako byl na světě 2 dny. To nevím vůbec, co jsou ty bonusy, ty kosty chápu. Ale ten zbytek jako vůbec třeba. Tam stejně ve finále nic nebude, ne? Jako já mám 7, no. 7 a potřebuji prostě 18, to je úplně jako minimum. Můžu to tady asi párkrát pozkoušet třeba, ale myslím si, že tam stejně ve finále jako nic mít nebudem asi, no.
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that.
You attempt to turn that to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions.
Nevím, kolikrát to můžeme pozkoušet, jako nevím, no. Bych si kvůli tomu chtěl dávat další body do empatie, nebo co to bylo, vůle? Rétorika. Ale actually to bych možná dal. Máme stejně zase 2, že? Nám to jako moc nepomůže, ale...
Why are you even trying to open? You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown. You're back before the cargo container. Why are you even trying?
Chyba to bylo dost, ale...
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown. Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Teď tam nebude jakož nic.
The door stands silent.
Wow.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again. Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
You can't be serious.
Co to sakra je, vole? Proč mám tolik reálů? Tím blíž jsem něho. 19.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. That trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't...
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodor, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Theodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Pleasure to meet you, Harry. Public service is a noble cause. Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? Oh, interesting. I've made quite a few real estate plays over the years. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money. There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it, except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that. Smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high-fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois. Don't get me wrong. They're nice things, but once you achieve a certain level of wealth, your time and mental space become much more important than material goods.
He speaks from the heart. He has very different problems compared to low net worth individuals such as yourself. For example, no problems at all.
What? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
Oh Lord, not this again. Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money, And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Graz. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy. I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what.
Proto cestuješ v kontajneru.
Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really. Sure, and they benefit when I buy things to stimulate the economy. Do you know how many jobs it takes to build and maintain a racing yacht? Dozens, at least. Of course, in the future, it'll all be automated. But my point is this. Every man gets what he earns. It's the height of tyranny to take that from him. It is truly. It's almost entirely carefree. It really leaves you time to better yourself spiritually.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
Among other things. But calm down. I am but a lowly single-digit billionaire. That's good.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for coffee machines.
Really?
Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this? You're welcome. You know, maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
Peníze znám. Konceptuálnost 3 a potřebuji 16.
Thanks for stopping by. If you ever have an idea you want to pitch me, I'm all ears.
Tady máme nějaký hadry na konceptuálnost, myslíš, že budeme to zkoušet, vole? Co to je za blbost, kurně, tohle?
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
If business planning were really your strong suit, you probably wouldn't be a cop.
Go on. I'm ready. Hold on. Have we met before? No, on second thought, it couldn't have been you. Your idea reminds me of a group of young men who came to me a long time ago, calling themselves Fortress Accident. The name should they pitched to me and a handful of other investors on an idea for a role-playing game that would, in their words, change the world. Well, at first everything was rosy. The ideas were solid, but they were lacking in... how do I put it? They lacked the will to get things done. As their financial situation became more desperate, their ideas devolved from realistic to absolute insanity. We lost all of our money. High art types never deliver. They're only good for peddling Welkins or whatever creeps they come up with.
I guess the inordinate amount of time they put into drawing mythical creatures did not generate a return on investment.
Nobody knows for sure, but the place can't be pretty. Sadly, when we got there, it was too late. The concept had run out of steam. Only dust remained. What I want to tell you is this. It's a very bad idea. Dead in the water. You seem like a reasonable man, but that is not a reasonable plan. Absolutely not.
Sekvence bankrotu. Co to je, vole? Mare. Mě zajímalo, co se stane, jestli to povede. Zbyl jaká totální blbost. Tak on to zůstane, takže teoreticky si to můžu nechat na jinde, vole.
If business planning.
Tohle házím jako vysoký čísla, že to prostě chce větší, no.
Deploying high concept buzzword generator. All systems functional. Ready to engage in 3, 2, 1. It's time to disrupt the future. You've got to stay lean, innovative, and focus on what matters most. The children.
A youth center, huh? What kind of youth center?
A place to teach them practical skills like teamwork and self-discipline.
Jako školy?
Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
No. You've got to think bigger than that. Brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future? When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now. Good work.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities. I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being rich if you have to follow all the rules? Here's the round of seed funding. This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground. Remember, it's not a handout. It's an investment, and I expect to see returns.
The lieutenant stands there, dumbfounded. His mouth opens slightly, then closes again. Is he having a stroke?
I'm not unimpressed. Let's leave it at that.
Now, was there anything else I could help you gentlemen with?
I z toho reálu jsme dostali, to je docela jako huge, no, ale nevím, jestli to chci úplně nechat, bo jsme to fakt jako loudili hodněkrát, vole. Je to takový jako bonus navíc. Bylo to funky. Můžeme se sem asi sem tam zastavit prostě a vyzkoušet to, ale... Další věc, jsme se sem už tak jako dostali pod vodem, že jo? Jsme to fakt jako vyzkoušeli vícekrát než jednou, myslím. No, ještě co? No. Proč? Sakra, ne. Nevím, jestli to nebude mít nějaký dopad na mě, že mě pak třeba týpek vypne, vole, když mu nevrátím nic, ale... Jsem čekal spíš, že mi dá jako nějaký item, nebo tak. Nečekal jsem, že mi prostě pleskne, vole, takovýhle dono, jako no.
Race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go. So it was. You surmounted the harbor wall in a display of athletic prowess to reach my superior. Then
You're so noble, Measurehead.
There's a but.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it on ourselves. I can live with.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup. Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
Tohle bude moct být nějaký brůser, že? Sem z toho přijde někdo z těch, vole. Budu moct něco dělat? Já chci do té bedny se jít podívat.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he...
So, you guys are like cops or something? Look at him. His craniometric perfection. Are you cops or what? Have you ever thought that maybe things should go to shit? I'm Katya, by the way.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Prostě zlomístro.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Evrod's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for sale!
Spoken by a mercenary, pretending to be a worker.
No, možná mohli trošku poto, ne? Bude všechno špatný, jako, to si mi nepomůžu asi tady úplně.
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's Kuno. Then the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today. And what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
To pro tu bednu prostě nedostanu.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right, you talk to the boss eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course. Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
Mhm.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving. Hard as a stone, but beneath it, you see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome, melting skin and hair.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in. Yeah.
He's clenching his teeth. There is silent pressure behind them.
What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here? Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Benital is one of the inhabited islands of the Seminese archipelago near the Pale. Covered in jungle, it was anchor point for the Seminese nationalists in the proxy war held on the islanders' territory.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
With some strange emotion, this is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon, At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old. She was quite the entertainment. For the week she lasted, expired in the hands of Sarge Mason, the kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God, Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later,
Spirits my ass. Something stirs in your stomach. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless, odorless. It's...
You bet it was. It's just nature. This guy used to say evil is when nature and spirit meet in the wrong place. Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But... No. I was in the domain, in Jamrock, being a bouncer. Go ahead.
All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
Free flow of commerce!
Fucking bug.
You hear a tiny rattle, a small radio, cracking somewhere. An earpiece. I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it won't be long until it's ready.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance back on.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything. Wow. I didn't know you worked for the Union, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
No, you don't work for the Union. The Union works for you by supplying you with
Jo, přesně tak.
That was easy. Worryingly so.
Jo, no. Jakoby.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoat...
Jedna do odolnosti je nice, na druhou stranu. A jako máme, když už máme tolik, tak já prostě asi půjdu koupit od toho blbečka ty tenisky, vole, když už jsme to tady jako nějak takhle vymysleli. Tenisky, to vymysleli trošku asi lehce učítovali možná, ale no, jako asi proč ne.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show.
Super cool! Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage.
Je to sice minus do encyklopedie, ale ty vole, máme třeba skoro celý set už pomalu. Nám chybí už jenom nějaký triko, vole, a máme to. Ale to se vyplatilo, si vole, tak ve finále to nebylo zase tak drahý. Já teďhle můžu prodat jako za to, že? Za 30. Takže jsem je v podstatě koupil za 20. To docela jde, no. Ale zase prostě to musíš jako vědět, že jo? Že jinak do toho úplně nepůjdeš. A to ještě se můžu jít podívat v finále, jestli třeba nejsou vole nějak... Yes. Ty třeba nejsou vole nějak quest relatable. Ty můžu použít pro sebe prostě. Dej to dělo. Tohle Hlavomír dokázal. Zatím si to necháme, nemáme teď nějak nouzi o peníze díky našemu malému podvůdku.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy. Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on...
The fuck are they on about? Cop's gonna cut his shit up!
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. From autopsy to cleanup, to social work, everything. You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now...
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Nej, to jest zbaki.
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces. He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
By the way, kipped is a racial slur. You need to act decisively. It's Kuno. Use Kuno words.
Stop choking, Kuno! The faggot has got you in a chokehold! Kuno's not fucking choking!
Reakční sračky.
Kuno's back to full power now. He doesn't give a shit about kips and retards. Let's talk. Fuck did you want anyway? You got your fuck bag down? Yes, Kuno wants a normal conversation. Ask normal shit, please. The fuck about it? You're testing Kuno's patience. Get lost, The fuck do you good call? Kuno doesn't. Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Because you have. Come back later, Corporal.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them. There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes? That's right.
Já nevím, jestli nemám počkat, jestli mu ty boty chci sundat. No to když tak můžu.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
That's you.
Jako Harrier, vole.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says...
KK57-0803.0815.
That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Next. We've heard the nom de guerre. Lely. It's better than nothing. Write it down. What's next? Date of birth? NA. Roughly 50.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Pičo jedna malá, vole.
Male.
Pigs can have sex.
So.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only 1 box remains.
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure.
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dockwalkers.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
O co ti jde, policejní duchu?
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else. Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity. After the lieutenant has gone to sleep. I hope this has helped you, my liege.
Nechám boty.
Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet. The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to the latex of the glove, like thread off a rag doll's head. There must be brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil.
Huh?
More hair sticks to the glove. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull. An alien landscape. For a fraction of a second you feel something. An irregularity. But then it's gone. There, dead man. You were someone's child. It's all over now. What was what? Brilliantine. There's brilliantine in his hair. The lieutenant watches you in silence.
That was some sick shit, Sekopa.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs, consistent with stones thrown. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision.
Ježíš, tady bude nějaký check, vole.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
No, jakoby no, vole.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there, steady now, like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
Nice, ještě jsme to udělali, to už je lepší, no. Technologie mi dala pokyny, oh shit. 92%, počkejte, nemůžu ani mysnout, ne? 3, 7 a potřebuji hodit 4. To není možné, to prostě na 2 kostkách nemůžeš nehodit 4.
After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow.
Bylo to těsný, vole.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia...
No! It's gonna happen, see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The
genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin. Last item, hands. Hands are clean, no sign of a recent struggle. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, the stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a joke.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. And respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen, hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hands. No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his. It's hard. Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. A contraction. Your throat pumps a little something from your stomach and into your mouth. Inside, you see darkness. Just a mess of meat and darkness.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
Okay.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
Tak možná to za to stálo.
Hepatobiliary, NA. Ah, are you a hepatobiliary expert? Same for toxicology and serology, NA. Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there? Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent.
Ten čas zaletí u té pitvety, vole.
Gastrointestinal. Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voilà.
Ponechej voila.
What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
Budete potřebovat 3 políčka, 4. nechte taky.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
So.
Oh, so we inflicted them? Okay, so there's a spin-stabilized munition from a Kiel A990 muzzleloader lodged in his lung. I don't think we should mention that. Better not to muddy the waters. Be pedantic if you like, it doesn't matter. No one else is going to investigate this man's murder. And if they do, such details would only confuse them.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries. Nothing, just in case. Head, chest and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Right. Next.
The corpse lay slouched to the side, oblivious.
All right. Bite marks.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No sign.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush.
Co to po mně chce, jako abych řekl tohle?
He is deep in thought, eyes fixed on the bright red ring around the dead man's neck.
Why do you say that? Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal? Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrist. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you're right, I was ready to call this. Now I think we should leave it empty, at least for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Very nice.
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
He's thinking, did I miss something?
S tím čumí na ty boty. Co? Jak jako nemá boty?
You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse.
He
Your arm reaches out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, dead flesh through the latex glove. It's right under the palm of your hand. His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around.
Proč bych to dělal?
You pick it between your fingers. The mess is even larger than your nose. Very porous somehow, like it's about to pop. Keep crawling, lest you break it. The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track. The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, fragile, even through the latex. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
Protože mu tu bouli na hlavě udělala kulka zevnitř?
Keep going.
Kuno nods too. He takes a step closer. A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
The fuck is happening?
Pěkný sračky se tady dějí.
Oh shit, see?
The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres.
Jak jsem se mu jako rukou dostal přes hubu až do mozku, vole, co ti jebe, kurva?
The undulations of the limbic system have ended. All is quiet. The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Fucking cavity, see?
Quivering with awe. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow.
Tam už musí mít narvanou třeba celou ruku, nejenom prsty, vole.
All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him. The cartilage begins to crack like some fruit. Just like that, your hand is in his head. Strange fluid streams down your wrist, and then you feel it with the tip of your finger. Ice cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger.
Can you get to it?
There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it, from the inside. The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium. This is the irregularity you felt before, the one that was too tiny to register consciously.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano. The pig is wearing him like a puppet.
Her voice is absolutely sizzling with excitement.
Nesklamu Kunonu. Co? Teď hodím 2 jedničky, pičo.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just...
My pig's fucking got it?
What is it?
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower, a blossom made of lead.
Fucking beautiful!
A bullet.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact. No, you deserve it. We can log it later.
Okay.
We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion color. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound? Opinion, fatal injury. And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Dobrá, že skutečnou příčinou byla kulka a oběšení bylo pokusem tuto skutečnost zakrýt.
Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead. I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought. There was no satisfying explanation.
No, to jsme vlastně taky poukazovali na to, že jo, proč nebyl svázaný.
There have been other signs too. Small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
We didn't fall for it, he thinks. There's pride in there.
To hide something. The real killer? The real motivation? What really happened here? That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier. Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling and Rise should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
Večer. Budu tady 8 hodin běhat ještě s krovejma rukavicema.
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
Ne, počkej.
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Ne, kámo, ne. Nebudeme to dělat takhle. Ještě ho nikam nevez, já potřebuju boty. Máme třeba 3 skill pointy, ty vole. Já nevím, do čeho to mám legit rvát, ale... Já prostě tady průbneme jeden do odolnosti ještě. Jen tak, jako aby se neřeklo. A necháme toho dneska, ty jsem se tady docela zasekl u té pitvy, bylo to docela dlouhý. A na to, že to je fakt víceméně jenom text a všechno takhle, tak to bylo velice intenzivní, musím říct. Ale jo, sakra, hej, my se, myslím, pomaličku třeba časově k těm 30 hodinám, co jsem říkal, že nám ta hra bude trvat, jako blížíme. A myslím si, že reálně nejsme ani kousek jako konci, nebo tak něco. Zase mi to ten Twitch prostě udělal, že mi zablokoval video, který jsem udělal ze záznamu, ale záznam není zamutovaný, to je prostě od... Ne, to jsem se zase teď tady dostal někam jinam. Já jsem chtěl spočítat ty hodiny, co to děláme, co to hrajeme. Poprvé s touto hrou máme 8 hodin, tady máme 7 hodin, dejme tomu. A dneska máme dalších 7. Dobré, to je 22. Takže dejme tomu, že teoreticky bychom to zítra měli se velice už přiblížit k finále, ale já o tom fakt docela pochybuju, že se nám něco takového povede. Ty vole. Takže jo, dneska toho takhle necháme. Musím říct teda, že dneska jsme vlastně skoro nic, skoro nic, prozkoumali jsme celý ten dům. Podívali jsme se do doku. A zároveň jsme ještě udělali pitvu teda. Bylo tady dneska takových hodně rozhovorů, který zabrali fakt hodně času, no, jakoby s tou kostkařkou třeba asi možná, dejme tomu i s tou paní té paní z té knihovně, tam taky jako se něco zabilo nějaký ten čas. Pak s tím panem Evertem to bylo taky na díl a ta pitva byla, si myslím, taky docela dlouhá. A samozřejmě nějaký naše pokusy tady o podvodíčky a podobné věci taky byly, ty nám taky zabrali nějaký čas. Takže Takže jo. Každopádně my se teda pravděpodobně uvidíme zase večer. Myslím si, že nemá cenu si o toho dávat pauzu, když jsme takhle do toho docela zažraný. A fuha, ať na to, že to hraju jakoby svým způsobem trošku lehce podvádíme, asi nám to ve finále dost pomůže to, že to dělám, nebo respektive bude mít takový ty neférový výhody, už jako teď, že máme nějaký věci, které bychom asi třeba úplně neměli, si myslím. Respektive třeba ty boty bych si asi nekupoval úplně, i když ve finále fakt jako nebyly tak drahý, ale tak to jsem předtím nemohl vědět. A nějaký ty věci máme určitě navíc, co jsem jakoby párkrát loadil, ty čeky bílý a i vlastně některý ty červený jsme loadili, si myslím. Dobré, necháme toho teda dneska. A my se uvidíme teda každopádně zase večer. U pokračování téhle hry. Tak jo, tak se mějte. Uvidíme se zase někdy příště. Dobrou noc a čau čau.